Welcome to the Board of Aldermen Workshop, Salado Municipal Building, 301 North Stagecoach Road, Salado, Texas. Today is May 7th, 2026, and it is 5:01. Ms. Kathy, would you call the roll, please?
Mayor Pro Tem Post.
Here.
Alderman Beck. Alderman Campbell.
Here.
Alderman Bradford.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Post and members of the board.
Thank you. All right, let's start off with number one, public comments. Items not on the agenda. The Board of Aldermen welcomes comments from citizens on issues and items of concern not on the agenda. Those wishing to speak must sign in before the meeting begins and observe a 5-minute time limit when addressing the board. Speakers will have one opportunity to speak during this time. Inquiries about matters not listed on the agenda will either be directed to staff or placed on a future agenda for Alderman consideration. No discussion or final action will be taken by the Board of Aldermen during this public comment meeting. And I do have a couple. Mr. Boynton, I know you have both.
Jim Boynton, 3565 FM 2843 Salado. The last meeting I spoke at is a while back. I spoke and was telling y'all how disappointed I was that there wasn't more action taken on some things we had talked about for a good long while, down trees, potholes, and that sort of thing. And between the meeting, the first meeting and the regular meeting, I was informed by a council member that they'd been over there working on it. And so I stood up and I thanked y'all very profusely, and I wanted to give y'all an update. In 3 years, there's a tree that's been cut up laying in the ditch, still there. There's trees that one was blown down from the right-of-way to my property 2 years ago, one 14 months ago. And I think I've been pretty patient about talking about that. I talked to the neighbors when I got over there. Our worker showed up. He had one bag of asphalt, fixed one pothole, left, and we've not seen anybody, and it's been over 30 days. If I worked for a local contractor, builder, or whatever, and I told them I was over framing on a house for them, and they got by there and I saw 1 or 2 studs nailed up after a month or 2 or 3 years, I don't think that would be acceptable. I know you got a lot on your plate, but when we can't get a chainsaw bought, we can't get any of this done in 2 or 3 years, what are we telling our citizens? I mean, the guys over there, they didn't jump on the city guy that was working fixing the hole. They were thanking him for it, but he was a little bit frustrated himself because he only had one bag of asphalt. With the city, we ought to have enough in case one pothole jumps up. Before it becomes a crater, we can start working on it. It's not a permanent fix, but it's something to keep the road from deteriorating. So I would just urge you to please, let's get on with the program. Thanks.
Thank you. And Ms. Kathy, Philpott? It's not on the agenda, right? Okay.
I guess I'll end up showing every time y'all have a meeting. I'm Kathy Philpott. I live on 1212 Fairway Circle in Salado. And of course, the board has heard me many times. I would invite everyone to come see the newest trailer park in Mill Creek, and it's right next door to my house. So I invite the board. I know all these new people are coming on, but I know that there's no reason why a 32-foot motorhome and work trucks and other motorhomes should be parked in one residence. And it just looks like a trailer park. It's horrible. I would invite everyone to encourage our board to go over the ordinances, make some changes, some serious changes, not just on weight, but on size of vehicles to be parked in front of their house. There have been ordinances in the past that restricted that, and those have been changed for some reason. But Mill Creek has definitely, and we need to employ or get someone to enforce the codes on a regular basis. It's very vital, because I can tell you right now, I have a realtor friend that told me my property value went down $50,000 since they've moved there because of those vehicles on that property. So I don't know about anyone else, but most of our homes are somewhat of an investment. You don't want to lose money on a house overnight, and that's what's happened. So I'm just deeply, deeply concerned about not just my house, but everyone around me. So please look into the ordinances as soon as possible, because I understand that she may be pouring a concrete driveway that got approved soon. And I guess it's going to be permissible for her to park that huge motorhome there. So then I guess I'm either going to have to sue her personally, and I don't know if I need to sue the administration to do something about it, but I just can't have that happen. And I don't think anyone else wants it done, and I don't want to sue anyone. I really don't. The other thing that she did, this person that lives next to me, she contracted someone to pour the caliche pads. She is now suing that individual because he, quote unquote, didn't have a permit. Well, we had the police out there to see if she had a permit, and she didn't. So her contractor didn't have a permit either, because according to her the week before, that I could sue her if I didn't like what she was going to do, that she didn't care about any of the deed restrictions or ordinances. She came here and found out what they were, and she still continued to do it. And the police, even after the police came and told her that she wasn't supposed to do it, she still continued doing it. Now she's suing this person. She even went so far to go to, he's also a fireman, she went to the firehouse where he works and had him suspended without pay because of this. So she's a lot. And Gina told us today in a letter that she is acting like she wants to get along with the community, but I haven't seen any theory on that. But I don't want motorhomes next to my house. So I appreciate y'all's help very much. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Is there anybody else, public comments that's not on the agenda? Nope. Going once, going twice. Sold. Item B, items on the agenda. The Board of Aldermen welcomes comments from citizens on issues and items of concern on the agenda. Those wishing to speak must sign in before the meeting begins and observe a 5-minute time limit when addressing the board. Speakers will have one opportunity to speak per agenda item during this time. Public comments on agenda items will only be received during this portion of the meeting. No discussion on final action will be taken by the Board of Aldermen during this public comment period. All right, Jim Boynton again.
I've got a Jim Boynton, 3565 FM 2843 Salado. Is when I read these agenda items, I'm going over them in my mind. There's questions that I have. As I read them, a lot of times, instead of having the comments on the agenda item, like this discussion of these right-of-way issues, if I can listen to what y'all are going to say, that can educate me enough to whether I need to know I need to comment or not. A point in case is, a while back, y'all approved to try to buy that water system outside of town. And I came up after the discussion and spoke and said, it's not something that's viable. It's got a lot of problems and on and on. We know how it went. It got voted in, then now we're not doing it. But it would be a lot better if people were able to speak after each item, not way before it was discussed, because what we think may not be the truth. I don't know if that makes any sense to you guys or not.
No, that makes sense.
I was just thinking that it would be a lot better for discussion. You know, y'all may know things that we don't, and as we listen, if we disagree, we could say something. If we agree, we could say something at that point to cheer you on. But I think having discussions before the item gets there is tough to comment on realistically. Thanks.
All right, thank you. We'll take it under consideration, just for the workshop, maybe. We can do the discussion after that. That'll be up to you guys, won't you? All right, Kathy, nope, you're good. Jim, you're good. And Jody Askins, you're on the regular meeting, correct? Okay. All right, is there any other public comments on items on the agenda? No? All right. We're going to move the workshop. Number 2, we're going to move H up first. We're going to be closing this workshop out about 10 till today, since we got some guests and some oath of office to do. So H is discussion regarding village administrator updates. Mr. Ryan.
Good evening. Thank you for moving me to the front of the agenda so we don't lose this at the end of the agenda and not be able to cover it. Earlier in the week or late last week, I sent an email to all the current elected officials, and I see our newly elected officials are also in here, so they may benefit from hearing some of this. To speak kind of to Mr. Boynton's point, I understand his struggle, but we lost our maintenance worker to another position somewhere, so we are currently actively searching for a maintenance worker and possibly another part-time maintenance worker. Once we have those people in place, that area will be addressed again. Unfortunately, as timing hit, he just wasn't able to get it all done. And I know he was only able to fill like the one or two potholes over there. As you'll see in your packet, we have the budget amendment that was discussed at the last meeting. And we are also coordinating efforts for a standalone wastewater workshop for next week. To my understanding, there is another event next week that happens from 6 to 9 p.m. I'm not sure if the elected officials will all be attending that. If they are, we will have to either consider moving that workshop to the Friday after, or either making it a 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon workshop. I'm happy to explore options, whatever the board would like to do for that workshop with Jacobs to speak about the wastewater treatment plant and the proposed amendment that we've brought before the board last time. We'll be receiving an update from Hopstrass tonight in executive session, of course. And I made a couple changes to the org chart, which I sent everybody, and I will send the newly elected officials that once they take their place on the dais, probably tomorrow. The road and drainage study recommended edits and revisions. Those were submitted back to MRB. They are currently working through that and getting the executive summary where it needs to be, and defining what is asphalt, what is chip seal, all of that in the document so it's easier to follow. The EPA grant for the expansion of the wastewater treatment plant, in looking at our budget and knowing that we have budgetary constraints, I did reach out to the EPA and I said, hey, you know, we need a strategic wastewater study as well to know what our plant needs to be able to handle with all of the development coming in. So I asked them if a strategic plan could be funded by those dollars, and they said we would need to submit an amendment, which we are working to get submitted, to broaden the scope, and then we would be able to use the funds for the plan and for construction dollars. So that's an option that we have. Even if they change the scope to broaden it, it wouldn't restrict us. We could still use all of the funding on the expansion. In my mind, sitting up here right now, I know we need to get started on that expansion. It needs to start happening pretty quickly, or we lose the grant money. But a bigger concern of mine sitting in the chair that I sit in is the wastewater, a strategic wastewater plan for the village, so we can accurately plan and expand the plant to capture all of the development that is trying to come to the village of Salado appropriately. And so we're not behind the curve when somebody comes in or people choose to not annex because we can't provide them with the services that they're looking to get.
That was extended through December of next year, right?
Correct. 2027. Yeah. The West Village Road grant, it's on the actual agenda for tonight. As I mentioned in a previous meeting, I believe the original scope for that project, West Village Road grant, we're awaiting an updated schematic task order, what that revision would look like from MRB. I received it, but I haven't really had a chance to look at it yet. Once I have more information, I'll forward that to the board. Williams Road, there is a portion of the scope that is not funded by TxDOT that is in our contract with the contractor. They have asked basically how we should move forward. This is on the agenda for tonight's meeting. And what I told them was I believe we will want to reduce the scope to not cover that area because it's not grant funded. It would be 100% funded by the Village of Salado, and to the tune of about $120,000. And that would expand that sidewalk from West Village Road to the access road of 35. There's already a small sidewalk there, but ultimately it's the decision of the board if you would like to move forward with funding that portion that is not grant funded through TxDOT at all and would be 100% responsibility of the village. The biggest thing I really want to, well, I'll talk on that in a minute, and kind of to speak to Ms. Philpott, Ms. Philpott's comments earlier in regard to code enforcement. I have started working with the police chief for us to get somebody trained from the police department with possibly providing them a stipend to be our code compliance officer because they drive around the community all the time. They can see everything, but there are certain requirements that the state has for code compliance officers. So we're working through that process right now so that we can have somebody that's able to go out and say, hey, this is not acceptable. This is not up to code. This, we will have that ability in the near future, hopefully. The next meeting, we plan to have a high-level 6-month overview of the budget, like a PowerPoint, death by PowerPoint on the budget. Very exciting. I'll be working on that over the next couple weeks. The biggest thing that I wanted to kind of bring to everybody's attention, and I believe everybody here is aware, is that in going through some of the documents for our sales tax, staff and I stumbled upon the fact that we were not receiving sales tax from any annexed property from the year 2013 to now. So in doing that, the biggest ones that come to mind are Quick Trip, Taco Bell, Anytime Fitness, Starbucks, and the new O'Reilly's that's being built. I did put in front of everybody an estimate of what I ran it just through an AI to say, hey, what is the estimated sales tax for these businesses? And as you can see in front of you, it is a pretty significant amount of money annually and monthly. And I probably didn't even print myself one. Yes, I did. But just annually on the conservative side, the Quick Trip is $96,000 to $180,000 annually in sales tax revenue that we have been missing out on. There is no way for us to get any of that back from the time they opened, unfortunately, because we did not submit the annexation paperwork to the comptroller as required. We won't see the impact of the newly annexed areas until probably the September tax payment, because we got our information in the week of the quarterly closeout. So if I had waited another week, it wouldn't be until December or January that we would see an increase. But they update all that information quarterly. So these new sales tax dollars will be effective July 1, and the board should see in September what that increment looks like and be able to plan accordingly.
You're right.
And I believe that was all I had. Yes, sir.
In that last comment about these commercial tax dollars, I know what you said, but I also know what you meant. You said we did not do these things, and I think it's important to point out that that was supposed to have been done prior to you working with us, and it was certainly supposed to have been done prior to me being elected and two other people being
Correct.
elected.
When I'm speaking in the village was responsible to do that. Whoever was in the administration at that time.
Thank you.
There's been more than those businesses that's open since 2012, 13, you said?
2013.
I mean, so like, I know Anytime Fitness moved, so even when they were in their old location, we weren't collecting?
That I couldn't tell you. What I have right now is a list of businesses that are currently paying sales tax, and we were going through the list today. We are still going through that list to check and see and make
If
sure.
there's other ones we're missing, because certainly there's been more businesses that have come in since then, so. Okay, and this has been, I know there's several of them, including myself, that asked for a report on this at one point by business. I was told we weren't allowed to get that. Is that a true statement?
So there is a way to get that. The board will have to take action for the administrator to submit a letter to the comptroller to provide what those businesses pay, and that specifically has to be used for economic development forecasting. So it's confidential information, and they have a very tight process to go through. I saw that city manager or chief administrating official can request that, so I did just on a whim, and I was immediately kicked back with, we need a letter from the Board of Aldermen or your elected officials in order to move forward with this. That being said, then you can every month submit that exact same letter, and they'll continue to provide that report. But it has to be accompanied by a letter
From us, so we need to add that to the next agenda.
To the next agenda.
So can we get that on the next agenda too? Thank you. All right.
I believe that's all I had.
And should that, would you recommend we do that at least quarterly?
I would recommend, of course, the letter is good for an entire year.
Okay.
Probably for the first couple of months, I would get one monthly, and then if the trends stay the same, you could probably reduce it to quarterly.
Semi-annually. Yeah, it's not going to change that much. All right, we're going to move. You got something?
On the issue of sales tax, opportunities lost. This is loud. Too loud? Can y'all hear me all right? My volume okay?
That's good.
Hang on just a sec. We'll try it now. It's a little lower, but not much. Now, testing. That's okay.
Can you guys hear me out there?
Can y'all hear okay?
All right.
We have a few questions to ask on that, and I want to make sure we're clear on that. So the process on the annexation is two things. One, when they move forward with the county, there's a notification to the county of the property value, appraised value, the new plat, et cetera, and that's triggered, I would guess, automatically through the plat process and the filing of that record.
Correct.
Correct? So we shouldn't really have to worry about the county perspective in collecting ad valorem tax or assigning value rather to the new property, because as the plat comes in, they'll pick it up from the raw land forward.
Correct. Those are included in the they're already included in the ad valorem taxes.
Yeah.
Correct.
but I wanted, not necessarily just me, but others to understand that process. On the other hand, the sales tax protocol is, would you explain that again?
That any annexation has to be submitted with a map to the comptroller's office for inclusion at the next quarterly update. And then the city will receive sales tax revenues from that.
So if I'm looking at the things that were annexed, Eagle's Nest, the exercise facility, Anytime Fitness was the first one that was missed at that point when Eagle's Nest was annexed into the village for its development.
I believe that probably
Well, you
is
weren't here,
correct,
but
yeah.
that was the first. Then there was QT, right? And correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't QT open around March of 2024?
Yes.
They opened
Correct.
at that point in time. So the actual start date would have been once they were actively in business. And that would have been March, right?
Correct.
And then Taco Bell would have been next, is that right? Which only opened in what, October of last year, something like that?
Yeah, I believe Taco Bell is next. I can't speak exactly to it, but
Well, I think so, because the only other development over there that's ours is the Bridgeview Bank or whatever, Grandview Bank, and it's not open yet, but so, and it's not going to have sales tax anyway. But the other one would be Starbucks that's in there now.
correct.
The ER facility that's being built is in Belton, no effect on us. So we really lost sales tax from March of 24 on QT, somewhere in 2023 on Anytime Fitness, which pales in comparison to that. But if I add up these numbers here collectively on your conservative basis, we're well over $250,000, $250,000 minimum that we've lost and will not get back.
Correct. That was the first question I asked was, is there a way to kind of claw some of this back? And unfortunately, because the comptroller wasn't aware of it, there's nothing that can be done to get any of those back taxes.
Well, so that would have fallen on, and no one else other than the administration, the village administration, to get that done.
Correct. It would have been
And filed with the state controller.
it would have been an administration
Okay.
task
At that time.
to get that submitted.
At
correct.
that time. Okay. Well, I want to say thank you for finding that for us. I appreciate that very much. In 2 months, I'm amazed at what you've done, Urian. I really am. And I appreciate everything that you found and we continue to find. And I find that extremely disappointing and embarrassing to our village that we have not been better financial stewards than that. I hope we can rectify that with new sales tax information in the future so that we never have this again.
And we are working internally to
But-
create a process moving forward to make sure things like this aren't missed. I've been working with Gina on that, so.
I'm going to follow up with what Mr. Sandor had to say. I'm embarrassed and I'm upset by that, and an apology on behalf of the entire administration, past and the future, is warranted. And I'm sorry that's happened. I wish it would have been found earlier, but there's nothing more I can say on it. I'm really disappointed. I could go on further than that, but I think that's enough. If you look at the timeline and you look at it, enough is said. Apologize to y'all on behalf.
All right, thanks, Jim. We're going to move on to 2A, discussion to consider the consent agenda for the Board of Aldermen meeting, May 2nd, 2026. Board of Aldermen agenda, regular meeting minutes dated 16/2026, financial reports ending March 21st, 2026, interlocal agreement for my government online, MGO, and audit RFQ. Mr. Urian.
I don't have anything specific to add. The only thing that you may see on there that you're not familiar with is the audit RFQ. I've drafted that, put it in there. It's on the consent agenda for later tonight. I'd like to go ahead and issue that audit RFQ to get a new auditor for the village, so that we can have our audit done in time for the required closeout by March 31st of 2027. I put in the audit RFQ that I would request that the audit for the village be done by March 1st. That gives us 30 days for the board to review it, take it all in, get their report before we're required by the state to file it with the city secretary. The reason that for the audit RFQ is just in full disclosure, I don't believe the previous guy that did the audit was really wanting to do the audit. He did it as a courtesy to the village because the auditor prior to that had kind of been yanked out and told we weren't going to use them anymore. So that's in the past, but I think we need a new auditor, one that wants to be engaged with the village and one that really wants to do the audit and will do a good job. So that's why the audit RFQ is in the packet for consideration tonight.
You guys got any questions?
We're starting the process on that now. We're not the last thing you're approving.
Correct. I'll release the RFQ, and then before one is selected, those responses will be brought to the board so that the board can select which audit firm to go with.
So the new administration will make that decision.
Correct.
Okay. No further. I'm good, thank you.
Good. All right. 2B, discussion regarding the maintenance bond for public infrastructure within the right-of-way consisting of roadway improvements and sidewalk construction for the new O'Reilly Park located on FM 2484 in Salado Center Development. Ryan.
This is Gina.
Larry, I'm sorry.
That's
It is
okay.
Gina.
Thank you. So, village staff would like to inform the Board of Aldermen that O'Reilly Auto Parts is moving forward within the future location of the Salado Center development. The village has issued the necessary construction permit to the retailer, and they've actually already started moving some dirt over there if you haven't noticed. In accordance to the subdivision development ordinance 2009-03, the developer has submitted the required warranty bond to the village. The village engineer, MRB Group, has reviewed and approved the warranty bond. Included in your board packet are the documents, the letter from MRB Group, the public improvement cost estimate that the city engineer reviewed and approved, and then a copy of the warranty bond. Once construction of the public improvements is complete, staff will then bring that back to the board and request formally to accept the public improvements. At this time, staff is just requesting that the board acknowledge receipt of the warranty bond for our village record. And I don't have anything further on that unless you've got a question for me.
Any questions?
Yeah, so this is really just a normal formality in all development. In this example, this sidewalk, when they put it in, if it fails prematurely, we have money from them to make repairs with instead of chasing that money down from taxpayers or our budget. You don't have to approve it, but I personally don't have an opinion to offer as to why you would not just, this is just really a formality, and you're going to see this a few times tonight. That's all I've got. Thank you.
All right.
I'm good, thank you.
Moving on to C, discussion regarding the maintenance bond for public infrastructure within the right-of-way consisting of roadway improvements, sidewalk construction for the new Starbucks located on IH-35 Service Road in Salado Center Development. No.
So Mayor Pro Tem, I've actually, in my comments here, I've combined the next two since they both are affiliated with Starbucks, if you don't mind.
No, that's fine. You're talking about the both Starbucks, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, C and D. All right.
So village staff would like to inform everybody that Starbucks opened this past weekend, and staff is requesting that the board accept the public improvements constructed as part of the Starbucks development. The village engineer, MRB Group, has reviewed and inspected and completed the infrastructure improvements and has determined that all were completed in accordance to our subdivision standard requirements. Starbucks has also provided a 2-year maintenance bond, warranty bond, and it is bond number 2369957 in the amount of $25,000. This bond is intended to cover any repairs or maintenance that may be required for the public infrastructure during the warranty period. And that is the ramp and the sidewalk. If you've not been over there, that's the public improvements that we're asking for village staff to accept along with that warranty bond. Staff is recommending that we accept the completed improvements, and then of course the 2-year warranty bond in the amount of $25,000. And I have no other comments unless you have questions for me in regarding that.
You guys got anything? That's
And
the same as
my comment on both C and D are exactly conducive to B. All right.
Yeah.
No, I'm good, thank you.
All right, 2E, discussion regarding the Heritage Subdivision Block 4 replat subdivision with the extraterritorial jurisdiction of the Village of Salado, Bell County, Texas. 8.736 acres situated in the I'm going to screw that up, Magrogal Survey, abstract number 554, Bell County, Texas, embracing all the lots 2, 3, 6, 7, and 8, Block 4 of Heritage Subdivision. In addition to Bell County, Texas, a record in Cabinet C, slide 387-A and B, plat records of Bell County, Texas. Ms. Gina.
Before you have a little bit larger copy of the plat, so it makes it easy for you to see. I'm going to go through here just a few highlights. For those of you that may not be aware where this is actually located, it's going to be off of East Amity Road and Blackberry. So it is in the ETJ, but according to when this submittal came through, it was still our jurisdiction to do any platting in the ETJ. MRB Group has reviewed the plat and found it in compliance with the Village of Salado subdivision ordinance. A certified floodplain manager at MRB has reviewed the drainage report, which is in your packet, and determined that the existing drainage channel and the 4-barrel box culvert under Worth Lane can adequately convey a 100-year storm event and no adverse impacts to adjacent properties. There is a representative here tonight that can answer any questions, or if you will allow him to make comments. This was presented to the P&Z at the April 28th meeting, and the commissioners approved it for recommendation to the board 3-0.
Yeah, so I've met a couple of times with the developer about this item, and it's my opinion. I'm going to lean on our retained engineers and that report that she just gave to be able to be comfortable moving forward with approving this personally. I don't have anything else.
Okay, thank you.
I just confirmed with you, Gina, that it was as presented by MRB approved. There it is.
Yes, sir.
Okay, no question.
Yeah, so this is no longer in our village limits, it's still in ETG, so
It is.
does that mean when the roads are, that we're responsible for the roads, or, because last I knew, Bobby Whitson was saying if they plat it, then they own the roads, if not, we own them.
So in the plat notes, that is one of the requirements when we do the ETJ. We make sure that we put that information in there that the village is not maintaining the roads. And I know that's not the exact language, but it is in there.
Yeah.
So longer term, there's wording in here somewhere that I'd like to see that indicates we're not responsible for these roads if we approve this plat. Is that correct?
That is correct. It is in there.
Okay.
Yeah, there's still a couple of straggler flats that were under the old, before we signed the local agreement.
Because otherwise I'd run a hand this off the county to approve versus us.
So it's still under us when they platted.
Yeah, but my understanding, it was quite clear. If you sign off on the plat, you own the road. But you're sure that's not the case?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, there would be an exclusion, and it would be listed on the plat, saying that the developer retains control and responsibility for the roads.
Okay. No other questions then?
Discussion regarding the Salado Sanctuary South Commercial Construction Plat, 26.966 acre tract of land situated in the HW Survey Abstract number 392 and the West Roberts Survey Abstract number 708, Bell County, Texas, and being a portion of the called 57.04 acre tract of land as described in a special warranty deed with vendors lien to Sanctuary Development Company, LLC. You got this one too, Jamie?
Yes, sir. So the Salado Sanctuary South Commercial Construction Plat is what you have in front of you this evening. The submission is at, well, I'll give you the location, is at FM 2268 and the I-35 Service Road. This will be a new development right there on the corner. MRB has completed the review of the project and confirms that it does meet all the construction plat drainage report has been addressed. And included in your packet are the utility service letters, including the updated Salado water service letter. I had actually spoken with the sanctuary, and keep in mind that they had the water already, an agreement with Salado Water Supply, probably about the same time that we did our agreement with the sanctuary. But there had been several comments from citizens in regard to getting that updated letter, making sure that the water and so forth was still available. So they had the engineers at the Salado Water Supply Company actually give us that updated letter and confirmation that those LUs are still being serviced to this particular project. So you'll see that in addition to some of the other utility letters in there. I just wanted to bring that to your attention because that has been an ongoing concern. So we were able to handle that as a group between the village and the sanctuary and the Salado Water Supply. This was presented to the Planning and Zoning Commission on April 28th, and they approved 3-0 to recommend approval to the Board of Aldermen this evening. I don't have any other comments, but there is a representative here that can answer any questions if you may have something.
Yeah, no, I appreciate P&Z and what they've done in pushing it to us. I think this is going to also fall into a formality, gentlemen. We have a development agreement with them that outlines what they may or may not do. My understanding, this maps out within the rights of what they may do, and I don't really have anything to add beyond that.
Good, good.
I agree with Alan on the agreement. There's the changes to the second half, or phase 2 will be the residential component that they are switching from commercial to residential, and that's to be submitted at a later date. That's correct. And this essentially is the commercial that they wish to retain for the future and sell as such or develop as such, whichever it is. Is that correct?
The plan is to develop, to my understanding.
I didn't hear you.
The plan is to develop, to my understanding.
To your understanding.
But the representative is here if you would like to ask further questions.
Yes, I would, please.
Who is it?
Madison?
Madison Inselman, Sanctuary Development Company. Good evening, board. The plat before you is the commercial tract for South Tract, and so this is the land that wraps around Bloomers on the southeast corner of FM 2268 and I-35. Because of the discussions, we've broken out the residential commercial permits separately so that we could have them on independent timelines. So this is our goal is to develop out the roadway we need, extend the utilities, these commercial lots as we continue bringing this development to market.
Yeah, I know it's kind of premature, but what are you thinking, and what are you forecasting, expecting, thinking, discussions with respect to commercial users at this point? In fact, if there's any real interest with that, or has it been marketed yet?
Well, yeah.
A lot of questions there, but just tell us about if you can.
Well, we're
I'm
always
just
having
curious.
discussions to try to gauge and meet interest that interest is looking for there, right?
Uh-huh.
They're not walking into my office. We're going and finding folks and seeing who wants to be part of what's going on here. And our goal, or our job, is to narrow them into our vision for this project here. So this is, as we're approaching it right now, subject to change, we're looking at, neighborhood supporting retail. Is it restaurants? Is it lender? Is it residential services? The market, we have a filter of who we can and who we want to work with and won't work with. Some of it is even in the development agreement that the board got to give their input on previously. And then, who is looking to be here doing business. And so we don't have firm commitments that we're able to share right now, but that's the direction we're efforting.
Will you have a set of restrictions imposed on that phase independent of the residential behind it?
Right. We were meeting, my engineers here from Pape Dawson as well, and we have weekly meetings on this. And we were working with our landscaping team to put together a color and materials palette to create a uniformity, generally through all the sanctuary developments, but each of these neighborhoods would also have a little bit more specific. So that's landscaping that makes sense for this area, drought and especially deer resistant as best you can. Materials that we will allow, that's narrowing stone types, that's narrowing brick types, so that the development builds out cohesively, and that we may have individual users that come in at different times, but by having a focused design palette, then you are speaking the same language as they come out of the ground.
Well, I do like hearing that with respect to the architecture and signage and the development you're looking for. And I was hoping that y'all would consider the nature and character of Salado in your commercial development there. And not that your hands are tied on it by us, but was hoping that the developer would honor that as best they can in that respect, and try not to make it a neon entrance from the south. And I think that'd be greatly appreciated, and I know our staff would be very helpful in working with that. But I am glad to hear you say that without even having to ask, that y'all are looking for some continuity and a style that's befitting Salado and the downtown area. Thank you. I have no further questions.
I'm good. Thank you. Appreciate the feedback.
Thanks, Madison.
Thank you, Matt.
All right, we got time enough for one more. G, discussion regarding the Drake Landing acceptance of public infrastructure located at Drake's Landing Phase 2.
Okay, thank you, sir. Included in your packet is the warranty walkthrough inspection report prepared by our village engineer, MRB Group, outlining the items required for completion as well as a follow-up observation related to those reports. This bond was received in April of 2024, so we were approaching the end of the 2 years, so that's why you're seeing this before you this evening. Additionally, in that packet, there is a report the MRB Group provided further clarification following discussions with the village staff and the developer regarding the valley gutter installation. The original subdivision plan, signed and sealed by licensed engineer Monty Clark, included specs for a valley gutter with a depth of 3 inches at the time the design review and approval with KPA engineers. Served as the reviewing engineer firm, and both KPA engineers and the Village of Salado at that time approved the plans as submitted, and those plans are in your packet. MRB Group has stated that this does not object to installation, that they do not object to the installation, as the improvements were constructed in accordance to originally approved, signed and sealed engineer plans. And again, all the copies of those letters and those plans are in your packet. And I don't have any further comments. This is one of those formalities that we're just trying to wrap up because the bond is reached and the developer has completed all of the items that were on the list to do, and that's your report is stating how those completions were done.
Does this also have to do with the stormwater inlet boxes that one of the inspectors had a concern with?
Yes, that is in that report as well.
Okay, so I won't speak on the piece of the concrete apron that was redone that she just spoke on, but in regard to the stormwater inlet boxes, there was one very small concern from MRB that they did not want to make a final call on. I went out and looked at it, and then furthermore reached out to very large local utility installation contractors, not ones of which that installed the ones in question. And they, as a favor to me, went out and inspected them, and both of them conclusively, in two different independent inspections, said that this is well within industry standard. I agree with that. I agreed with that before they went out and looked at it. It's just, it's a little, it's really just to her point, it's a formality at this point. In fact, we're tardy releasing this space to this developer so that he can have his money back. That's it.
All right. You got anything, Jim?
Who's the developer again?
So it's, Mr. Rosamond.
Well, Rosemont
With
there.
Drake's Landing.
Okay.
Drake's Landing.
And how much was it? I forgot.
Oh, you know, I apologize.
42?
I don't have that amount in my notes. In my talking notes.
It's okay. I
I
just,
do believe it is in your packet.
yes, I just forgot the number. I was looking for it.
Is that what it's on there, sir?
It's
Oh,
okay.
okay.
I'll find it on my own. Whatever it is, if they've met the standards we need and, with, Alderman Sandor's comments, I'm fine. Thanks.
You got anything, Neil?
I think you got it covered, thank you.
All right. Since we're short on time, I think we're going to bypass I and J, and I'll entertain a motion for adjournment.
Mayor Pro Tem, I move to adjourn based on the newly electeds coming in the ceremony to proceed this, or to follow this workshop.
All right. Adjournment, 5:52. Good evening. Welcome to the Board of Aldermen meeting, Salado Municipal Building, 301 North Stagecoach Road, Salado, Texas, May 7th, 2026, and it is 6:02. Ms. Cherry, would you call the roll, please? Here.
Alderman Dunn. Alderman Samuel.
Here.
Alderman Lassiter.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem and members of the board. Form
Thank you. Before we start the invocation, I would like to put out that our Mayor Bert Henry lost his son a few days ago, and they're going to have a vigil at Serena Park Saturday at 7 o'clock. It was changed from tomorrow to Saturday, so his brothers can be here. Just to let everybody know. And it's they will soar on the wings like eagles. But let us pray. Dear Heavenly Father, in this moment of darkness and despair, I ask you to give the Henry family strength and comfort. I know they are feeling overwhelmed by the challenges that they face, and please guide them through this process. Please grant them courage to face each day. May your light shine upon Bert and Crystal and give them the strength to persevere through this difficult time. Help them find peace in the midst of chaos and solace in the midst of sorrow. And I'd also like to ask you to give guidance and wisdom to this newly formed Board of Aldermen and Mayor. May they focus on humility, wisdom, unity, and a servant's heart to serve their community with integrity. In your name we pray. Amen. All right. Well, please stand.
Yeah, that's towards the agenda item, but we can do it now if you want.
Well,
No,
let's do the,
yeah.
Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and the salute the Texas flag. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Then we're going to go to one, election matters. Canvass return to the Village of Salados that were held on May 2nd, 2026. Ms. Cherry.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem and the Board of Aldermen. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak on today. We are here today to canvass the results of the election that was held on Saturday, May 2nd of 2026. In accordance with the Texas Election Code, Section 67.003, it states the election results may be canvassed not earlier than 3 days after the election or no later than the 11th day after the election. The Texas Election Code 67.004A provides that 2 members of the board constitutes a quorum, and we have a quorum present today. The results that you see before you do reflect all of the provisional ballots as well as the mail-in ballots. We will proceed with the results. For the seat of mayor, Jeff Ingram received 292 votes. Jeff Ingram is duly elected mayor for the Village of Salado. For the seat of alderman, Jeff Vancouver received 229 votes. Jeff Vancouver is duly elected alderman for the Village of Salado. Rick Marufo received 206 votes. Rick Maruno is duly elected alderman for the Village of Salado. At this time, I would ask the board to consider the adoption of the resolution 2026-03, declaring the results of the general election held on May 2nd of 2026 for the purpose of electing the board members for mayor and 2 seats for alderman. Thank you.
Do I hear a motion to approve the resolution?
I'll make a motion to approve the resolutions as stated by Secretary Kathy.
Alderman Dunst has made a motion to approve the resolution for the election held on May 2nd, 2026. Is there a second? Second. Seconded by Alderman Sandor. All those in favor say yes. Yes. All those opposed say no. Any abstention? Passes 4-0. Then we will start the ministrant of the oath. We have Larry Wilkie here to do the oath, and we will start off with Jeff Ingram. Please, have you and your family can come on up, do the oath. That way you can take my seat. Yes, that's fine. Okay, let me get out of the picture. Pictures before you step off, you can. We got somebody to take pictures. That way, you don't have to wait around to the end.
If I may, I'm going to interrupt just for a moment. Some of us board members would like to extend our gratitude to the Mayor Pro Tem. Great job. You stepped up. No reason to be long-winded, but that was necessary because you stepped up. And you certainly did not sign up for as much as you had to deal with, and you dealt with it like a champ. So I think Salado owes you that gratitude, and I appreciate you.
All right.
So one last comment on it. The next Alderman meeting, we're going to invite Mr. Hurst for his service. There'll be a proclamation. So if you guys want to come celebrate that, just couldn't get missed on the agenda this time. But thank you and appreciate you, brother.
We'll do that at the end. Thank you.
All right, we're going to get started at 6:22 for the opening of the Board of Aldermen meeting here on Thursday, May 7th. First order of business, I should say second order, is public comments. Items not on the agenda. The Board of Aldermen welcome comments from citizens on issues and items of concern not on the agenda. Those wishing to speak must sign in before the meeting begins and observe a 5-minute time limit when addressing the board. Speakers will have one opportunity to speak during this time. Inquiries about matters not listed on the agenda will either be directed to staff or placed on a future agenda for Alderman consideration. No discussion or final action will be taken by the Board of Aldermen during the public comment period of the meeting. Do we have any individuals willing or wanting to speak on items not on the agenda?
Separate on or off the agenda.
Is that on the agenda or
Not on the agenda.
not on the agenda? So
The other two are they on the agenda? Oh, okay. Okay, all right. Okay.
All right, so we have one person wanting to speak on an item not on the agenda, and that is Jody Askins. So Jody, come on forward.
Good evening, Mayor and Aldermen. My name is Jody Askins, 449 Salado Creek Road, Salado, Texas, and I am here representing the association Save Salado Creek. We are an unincorporated nonprofit association. We currently have 160 members and are continuing to grow. First, I want to start by saying thank you for your previous support. It makes a difference. Currently, over 100 residents are now informed and engaged through our organization. We have regional environmental organizations that are also aware of the concerns in Bell County. We have partnered with Greater Edwards Aquifer Alliance, Save Texas Streams, and Save Our Springs. Our citizens are now paying very close attention. We've built a stronger network prepared for future permitting and groundwater issues. In the near future, we will be working to understand how we are taking care of Salado Creek by looking at our own Salado wastewater treatment plant. We intend to continue to advocate for better transparency, earlier community notification, and stronger protections for Salado Creek and the area groundwater wells. We look forward to working together. Thank you.
Okay, so we do not have anyone interested in speaking about items on the agenda. So we will go to item number 3 on the agenda, proclamation, and I will turn this over to.
if I may, this is the one.
Okay, so I'll turn this over to Neil, and he will lead the proclamation.
Yeah, so I had the opportunity to speak with Dave Stewart, who is the president of the association, and he wanted me to give this as a public announcement this evening. In light of the recent tragedy that our community is dealing with, we respectfully request that our agenda item be moved to the next Board of Aldermen meeting. We appreciate the opportunity to be recognized, but at this time we feel that we are not in a time of celebration. We respectfully send our thoughts, prayers, and deepest condolences to the Henry family. Respectfully, the Salado Music Friendly Community Advisory Board. So with that, I make the motion that we move this to the next agenda item, to the next agenda for the next board meeting, sorry.
Do we have a second? Okay, we have a second. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion passes, and we'll move it to the next meeting. Okay, so now we'll be moving to item 4 on the agenda. That's the consent agenda. There are 4 items on the consent agenda. The meeting minutes from April 16th, 2026. Approval of financial reports ending March 31st, 2026. Approval of the interlocal agreement for licensing by Government Online, NGO software, and the approval of the acceptance of the RFQ audit services to obtain information from qualified parties to provide an annual financial audit required by the Village of Salado. So I'll ask this time, is there any alderman wanting to pull any of the consent agenda topics out for further discussion?
No, ma'am.
Nope. Anyone? Nope. Okay, so then we will assume that we're fine with the consent agenda. Do we need to have an approval of that? Okay. All right. So I will entertain a motion for approval of the consent agenda.
I move to approve the consent agenda as written.
Okay. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Those opposed, same sign. Hearing none, motion passes. Okay, we now move to item 5, which is we have none, so we will move on to item 6. Discussion of and consideration of actions under item 6. First one is discussion, consideration of possible action on the maintenance bond for the public infrastructure within the right-of-way, consisting of roadway improvements and sidewalk construction for the new O'Reilly Auto Parts located at FM 2484 in the Salado Center development. So, any further discussion on that? We did discuss this at the workshop.
Yeah, just same comment as workshop. Everyone was here for that. This is normal in all development, commercial and residential. It's when they put their, for example, their sidewalks in, if it were to fail prematurely, we want to use their money, not our money, to repair it. If it makes it past their 2-year bond, which is it a 2-year term? Yeah, then you know, and everything's kosher, then that money's released back to them. So it's really a formality. That's all I've got.
All right.
I did have a question on this. Thank you for the explanation. So the amount that we talked about that Gina shared, was that the amount of the coverage or the amount of the cost to the village for the bond? I think you gave $25,000 for one of them. I wasn't sure if that's how much work we would be able to charge against it if work was required, or if that was our charge to the village that would then allow us to do more work. I wasn't sure what that amount was.
So if I may, the amount, as you'll see in the chart in your packet, the estimates from MRB that approve those,
Right.
that $25,000 is what, there is a 20% cost of inflation over the next 2 years that's figured into that, but that would cover any maintenance or issues that may happen to those public improvements, which is basically the sidewalk and then the public ramps.
So the amount of coverage is $25,000.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. And the amount of cost to the village is what, 1 to 4% of a bond or something like this?
There should be zero
cost.
cost.
This is paid by the developer?
Correct.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Okay. So I will, any other discussion before we move on? Okay, I'll entertain a motion for approval of item A.
I'll go ahead and make the motion to approve 6A as stated.
Do I have a second? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Hearing none? Oh, Rick. Hearing none, motion passes. Okay, item B. Discussion, consideration, and possible action for the maintenance bond for public infrastructure within the right-of-way consisting of roadway improvements and sidewalk construction for the new Starbucks located at IH 35 Service Road in the Salado Center development. Again, another item that was discussed at our workshop. Any further discussion on this item?
Not for me. This was the 53,000, I think, something like that bond. And again, this was an estimate by the engineering firm saying that this would cover us for any work they expect to be done if it's needed in the next 2 years. That's correct on this one?
If I may, this particular bond is $25,000 for Starbucks.
Okay. Was the O'Reilly one a different amount, or were they all 25,000?
They are all not.
Okay. So this one's $25,000, but the same principles apply. We had an engineering firm who looked at it and said, this will cover you for the work that may be required in the next 2 years. Okay. And the engineering firm we use for this is one we typically use for the village. This is like a standard engineering group that does these assessments, or is it a different project? Thank you. What?
Anything else?
No, just thank you for clarification, because you read the package and it doesn't tell you the story. Yeah. Just gives you the numbers. Yeah.
Okay.
Just have a comment. Just one comment.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
The question, Gina, on this, we assume that do you or our city attorneys or our engineers review the maintenance bond to make sure it's structured and stated correctly?
So there is a three-step process to that. Staff reviews it, legal reviews it, and MRB group also reviews it to make sure.
So we have 3 tiers of approval on each of the bonds?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Anyone else? Okay, so I'll entertain a motion for the approval of item B for Starbucks.
Mayor, I'll make a motion for item 6B to approve the maintenance bond as provided in that paragraph.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, so having a second, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Hearing none, motion passes. That moves us to item 6C, discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding the public infrastructure within the right-of-way, consisting of roadway improvements and sidewalk construction for the new Starbucks located at IH 35 Service Road in the Salado Center development. Similar project to B. Was also discussed at the workshop. Any further comments or clarification? Hearing none.
I'm sorry, this is a bond approval as well, or warranty approval, warranty bond approval as well? Yeah. Okay, thank you.
If I may, this is the acceptance of the public improvements. Your reports are in the packet from the city engineer that they inspected the property, and we're asking that you go ahead and accept it, and then the 2-year maintenance bond is going to provide that maintenance, which you just approved in item B. Does that answer your question?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, entertain a motion then for the approval of item.
I'll make a motion to approve item 6C as stated.
Okay, thanks, Rick. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Neil. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Hearing none, motion passes. That takes us to item 6D, discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding the Heritage Subdivision Block 4 replat a subdivision within the EJT, or ETJ, excuse me, of the Village of Salado, Bell County, Texas, 8.736 acres, situated in the Felipe Madrigal Survey Abstract number 554, Bell County, Texas, embracing all lots 2, 3, 6, 7, and 8, Block 4 of the Heritage Subdivision, an addition in Bell County, Texas, of record in Cabinet C, slide 387-A and B, plat records of Bell County, Texas. This was also discussed at the workshop related to the drainage design within this subdivision, and I think it was mentioned previously that we own the platting approval of this particular subdivision because we had not yet, this is an older plat remaining that we had not yet turned over to Bell County, as I understand it. So with that, I will open it up to any of the aldermen here who might want to make any further comments on this particular item.
A clarification, if you don't mind, and apologize because we weren't really allowed to talk out there when the workshop was happening.
Yeah.
So, so these are replatting plots. Is this replatting because some type of drainage was put in, and that's easement there now that was part of the property now that will not be part of the property? Or is there some other story as to why this is being replatted? I thought it was a drainage issue, but I wasn't sure what was changed about the actual property.
Mayor, I think the developer's here. If you want him to come up, he would be best, I think, to
Sure.
answer.
Yeah. I'm all for good drainage, so I just want to see what the answer was.
My name is Cy Long. I'm 2003 Worth Lane, which is lot 8 of lot 4 in this section, and I'm here for any questions. This was essentially a transaction between my neighbor and myself. Jim Sweden, who initiated the replat with All County Surveying, lives on as one house on both lot 2 and 3. So, and I purchased lot 6 and 7 from him, but only under the conclusion that I would be able to, one, clean up the drainage. The drainage easement did exist. It's a 50-foot wide drainage easement. I've lived there for 9 years. On a rainy year, it just never has drained. The water, it basically pooled all throughout and became a swampy area that was unmowable, and you know, I have a desire to keep a clean yard. So the transaction was that, yes, I will purchase lot 6 and 7 if I can improve the drainage easement. And All County Surveying at that time had them come out and stake what was the existing drainage easement, only to learn that it really wasn't dug within the coordinates that it was on the survey. Then I had them come out and we flagged where I believed that the drainage would work. Essentially have 8 foot of fall culvert to culvert, and I have a topography survey that backs that up. And then when I measured the existing layout of the drainage easement, it was around 1,200 linear feet. And then I had it marked back to closer to 800 linear feet, which achieves the 1% grade needed for a standard drainage easement. And it makes lot 7, and I also beautified it. I used limestone blocks to, you know, I did not impede the 50-foot with my limestone blocks, but if you were to drive by, it is more appeasing to the eyes, and it does run water out. I still need to. I had some topsoil washout. I need to just do a light grade, but it works a lot better than it did, and it made lot 6 and 7 buildable lots to where they were not prior to. I don't know if that answers the question.
So if I can summarize, what I thought you heard, what I thought you said was that the original easement was in a place where it didn't drain well. The replat moved that easement to a different location, and you also, no better word, did some digging to
Yes, sir.
With
Yeah.
the ditch there. Okay.
Yeah, yes, sir.
And all these locations in the lots are still owned by you, for example, like these two lots, 6 and 7, you still own all that, but just removed the easement? Is that the?
Didn't remove it, left the easement on, just shifted it back.
Right.
And used the opportunity to clean it up on paper.
Okay.
So if I choose to build a home on either lot, it's accurate. I own, within Block 4, I live on Lot 8. I also have Lot 1, which is directly behind me, and then now 6 and 7, which are the affected lots of this drainage easement.
So in your case, you still own lot 6 and 7.
Yes, sir.
The easement's just been moved in the plat, and that's what we're approving.
That is correct. And Lot 2 and 3 are merging together, and he wanted to shift his back property line back to mainly preserve a tree line to keep some privacy, which I agreed to do that.
Thank you for the explanation.
Yes, sir.
Mayor, I have a question for so Mr. Long, what are the from the smallest to the largest, more or less, what are the size of these lots?
Lot 1, 1.41 acres. Mine was 1.82 acres. I grew a little bit. We laid out his fence line, and so my lot did grow a little bit. Lot 7 is 1.41 acres, and Lot 6 is 2.2 and change.
Yeah, so they're all estate size.
Yes, sir.
Properties. And did he answer your question, Alderman Ventura, about drainage? Because partly, I think a good part of an answer for you might be what you said from MRB as it pertains to this replat, unless you're good.
I didn't have any questions about
Okay.
drainage. No, I was just wondering what the replat was for. Now
Yep.
it's explained.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I might just add, just looking at it, it looked like the drainage from MRB's analysis conclusion was pretty solid.
Yes, the developer's intent, especially living on the subject property, was not to, it was to improve drainage because the existing drainage wasn't working. And then he spent just a substantial amount of energy, effort, and resources to do so. It actually looks far better than it was. Yeah. And it performs better in a storm rain event.
Yeah, that's good. Okay, very good. Okay, so with that, then I would take or entertain a motion to approve item 6D on the replat. Anyone brave enough to approve it?
I guess I'll make the motion to approve item 6D as stated.
And do I have a second?
I'll second.
All right, thank you, Rick. And just, again, note before we vote, this is in the ETJ, and it was a leftover plot that we were still responsible for. In future, the county will be doing these correct.
That is correct.
Yeah. All right. So with that, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Hearing none, motion passes. Okay, that moves us to item E. Discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding the Salado Sanctuary South Commercial Construction Plot, a 26.966 acre tract of land situated in the H.W. Survey Abstract number 398 and the W. Roberts Survey Abstract number 708, Bell County, Texas, and being a portion of a called 57.04 acre tract of land as described in a special warranty deed with vendors lien to Sanctuary Development Company, LLC. Again, this was also discussed during the workshop, so any further discussion from any of the aldermen?
What are we actually approving here? I mean, I'm a little lost because we had a discussion that this is for the commercial development, and I thought it was in the early stages. They're trying to figure out who might want to come there. Are we asked to approve anything, add anything, make any changes to the sanctuary south area, or just information for us to be aware of the status of it today?
Gina, you want to?
So you're actually being asked to approve the construction plat that is in front of you today. And there is a very large copy, if the smaller copy in your packet. I know that sometimes those are hard to read. And this is the commercial construction plat, and Madison Inselman is here.
It's the folded,
It's the folded
plan.
one.
Yeah, the very large folded
Big one.
So, but this is strictly just the commercial construction plat. MRB, the city engineer, has given a letter that it meets all of the qualifications and our subdivision ordinance standards. So again, everything is fully been accepted by everyone who has checked this as far as on the village's side.
I guess a zoning question, and this is not my area of expertise, but usually when I see things like this, it looks like we're approving something that has lot sizes for this area. They've separated this and said, I'm going to have this many lots of this size. But we've just heard that there's no discussion yet with who would potentially be on this plat. So it's a little confusing to me to be approving lot sizes when we don't know who the tenants are, and they would have to go through zoning again based on what they wanted to build, wouldn't they?
So this board, this body, actually before you had already did the zoning. It's been just a few months ago, and that's a mixed use for this entire property. And what you're seeing today is just a portion of that property that is zoned just for the commercial aspect. And that's what they're going to be putting there. This is a construction plat. It's not the final plat. So as they continue on and they know what those retailers may be, or those commercial vendors that falls within that zoning, then they will begin to bring a final plat back to the body.
These would be the lots they're looking to sell to someone, basically have them build on, is what this is.
Or they could possibly develop that, and that would be a question for the representative that is here, so he can answer that further for you.
Sure.
Would you like for him to come up?
Sure.
Yeah.
No, Madison Instrument Sanctuary Development Company.
Sorry, what was your name again?
Madison Instrument.
Madison, thank you.
Welcome new board members here. Before you is the commercial plat. This is, I guess we call this the second step in subdividing. We did zoning back in December, January. And what this is subdividing the parcels in the approved zoning classification, which is commercial, to these, the lot sizes that are compliant with the commercial standards that makes them one step more ready for bringing to market as we pursue build out of this community.
Maybe a silly question, I apologize in advance. I'm used to looking at these that have, building sizes, parking lots, landscaping, things like that.
Yes.
And I'm wondering what the value of us approving at this stage is, just for something that doesn't take into account what buildings are going to be on this location, what type of parking that drives, all those other things that go with developing of a property.
That's next step. So this is subdividing. Then there is a construction plan set that then is the engineering design for the water conveyance, wastewater conveyance, drainage, the streets, et cetera. Infrastructure, yes. And then beyond that, when we go to build out lot 1, lot 2, lot 3, then there's a site plan that comes on top of that, which sounds like the part that you're referencing, where it has building sizes that you check against compliance to the code, required parking spaces per use at that time, or the fact that your parking lot would, either you design a parking lot that is compliant for your use, or your parking lot dictates what kind of uses you can do. All those kind of discussions are for when there's more details and more information on how this project comes to market. But to get to that step in a way that is efficient, so that we don't start a 2-year process when we have somebody that's looking to participate. But we've gone through the steps of getting the site ready.
We'll apologize again. Will there be approvals asked again in the future? So this is a step, right? Saying here's what the lots look like. You're now starting to entertain discussions on who might want to be here, and maybe that changes some of this. But let's say all the lots remain the same. do you come back to the aldermen and say, let me approve now full planning and zoning with parking spots and landscape, or are we done at this point in time that we're just approving lots and that's our only, and infrastructure, and that's it?
There's continued discussion and there's steps along the way that we keep coming back to the village on.
Is it inform or we have to approve, I guess is my question, the next step?
Well, the development agreement allows us to, to continue to submit these plans for your review and approval.
Okay.
There'll be a multiple approval following.
Yeah, this is probably step one of a multi-approval process to be filled out.
So this allows you, Madison, I guess, to move forward, authorization to proceed, for no better word, with marketing this, talking to folks about this opportunity, seeing what interest is there, which you've been doing already.
Well, right, and right, that goes along with this, like, to record this plat, to officially subdivide it legally, I either have to build out the improvements that service this public infrastructure, or I have to post a bond for it. And so, right after this, our engineer is prepping the construction plan set for this, and so those kind of go together. It takes longer to build it,
Yes,
but this was part of our work with the village to give more clarity and foresight on our process as we go through here, where previously we showed up with the final plat construction plan set and said, here we go. We did a zoning process, we did a preliminary plat, so we can work out some of these issues and standards in this kind of conversation, and then we get more detailed and we get more detailed.
Maybe an unfair question, but do you have an estimate of how far in advance you would come back to talk about infrastructure?
I mean, we're reviewing the plan set right now. Like, okay. Our motivation is to bring this to market or to build out this infrastructure for a few different reasons. And so this is my job this summer.
So if I understand, Mayor, what we're approving today basically is a preliminary view of the breakup of the property into lots. And it could be that Madison, the company, comes back with changes to this, asking for approval. But we would have to go through an infrastructure approval and other types of approval as this moves along. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
As I'm hearing you read that back, I guess I want to make sure.
Yes, please. I'm the new one here, so I want to make sure I understand what's next.
I'm going to make a statement that's meant to push back if it doesn't make sense to you here. That the stuff I'm bringing to you, especially on public infrastructure, is to make sure that it complies with the standards that are laid out by Salado ordinances or sanctuary development agreement. Public infrastructure.
Guiding
that's right. Yes, and then when we go to site plan or when we get to the residential part, again, that meets code. It's not typically the board's or the public board's authority to dictate specific use or tenant. Like you can't put industrial where it says retail, right? You have those uses there, but if we're talking about McDonald's versus Burger King, or I use that as an example, not as any indication of our method, but I just wanted to maybe draw a line where the input stops.
Yeah, I would like to add to what Madison's saying, especially for the newer members on the board. There are legalities through the state that if a property is zoned for a purpose, that the board really doesn't have an option to deny without going to court to fight that, because it has been zoned for that purpose. So like you said, McDonald's versus Burger King versus Chick-fil-A, they're all the same type of thing. You can't say, well, we don't want you there, even though it's zoned that way. The Texas law prohibits that.
Okay. But we're not talking about approval of zoning. That's been done. We're not talking about the sanctuary contract. That's been done. The only thing that's up for discussion today is this map we have in front of us, and I guess we're approving, in essence, this many lots of this size is the current plan.
They're the right size. Yeah. The public easements are where they're supposed to be. The roadway widths are where are matching code or development agreement that those standards, those engineering reality standards are appropriately applied to this design.
Just more of a curious more than anything else, lot 6 here, which is the largest one, about 8 acres. What type of business would you envision wanting to pull into something like that?
Well, I mean, we spun the brainstorming wheel on that one of all the different kinds of uses we can. We're really focusing on the corner stuff right now. The stuff with immediate access to thoroughfares is the folks who typically bite sooner. There's a chance that we come back later and ask to re-subdivide that further because 8 acres is a big use for a commercial user.
A large one, yeah.
Yeah, but without knowing that, and when you put a plat down and you put lot lines, then you put easements and you put all these other things that are gnarly to untangle if you do have a change later. So keeping a bigger canvas there allows flexibility in the future.
And all these were retail, right? That's what all this was? Or can it be light industrial?
Unfortunately, I don't have the development agreement memorized, but I'm pretty confident that the grid within the development agreement, industrial is a prohibited use. Because industrial is, maybe Mr. Urian can help me, industrial is a zoning use, is a zoning classification. Yeah. We have mixed-use retail here, mixed-use commercial, which is a category in the same level of industrial, multifamily, residential, mixed-use commercial. It's not a subcategory.
Okay, I'm good. No more questions?
No more questions?
Thank you for the explanation, first.
Ryan, I think on your comment, I was just thinking how to say that. You're basically saying that once they meet the ordinance requirements for the use of that property, we're not approving the vendor or the business itself. That's remains with the developer. We're just approving what they're meeting the ordinance and the agreement that we have.
Correct. That they're meeting what we as the village have determined is appropriate use for that land, but we can't specify who can or can't go there as long as they fit that fit the bill.
Yeah. Very good. Okay. Any more questions from anyone? If not, I will entertain a motion for the approval of the item E, 6E, the sanctuary development.
Sorry, I was just asking a question about we're extending South Main Street per this, right? There's no South Main Street today.
I don't know the answer to that question. There is not, according to Rick.
Okay.
Okay. So, are we ready to entertain a motion? Or do we want to table and do further discussion?
I guess, have one comment on this, the overall agreement, because I think part of the concern longer term, we've moved these around mixed use, and the percentages at the end of this development has to meet X amount of commercial, X amount. Where is that record that we're tracking this at this point? Is that on the responsibility of Sanctuary to be providing that, or is that a record that we're keeping control of? Because this is great that it's coming commercial, because I think we need to make sure we're hitting those percentages. But this keeps moving, and I feel like we're losing. And at the end of the day, when there's only X amount of land, and we want the commercial, this is a great step. I'm glad to see it's going commercial, but I just want contractually.
I'll let Gina respond, but this complies with the last ordinance that was done.
Yeah.
And we track that in-house, as well as when we send it to MRB and all the other folks that we send it to. It is tracked, but it does comply with really what was the action that was taken by the board last time with that, right when I got here. So
because it was changed the mix the last time, and now we're taking a portion of that and saying it's going to be commercial.
So if I may, and Ryan is correct, that ordinance that you did for the rezoning, that does cover this portion. That is part of this. And that ordinance is an ordinance that we are following, as well as our MRB, our city engineer team.
Okay.
And I hope that answers your question.
It does for now. When it all stops, you just make sure the agreement's there. It's been a lot of moving parts over the years. So no, I guess there's no, I'll make the motion to approve 6E as stated.
All right, we have a motion from Neil. Is there a second?
Second.
Have a second? Those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Hearing none, motion passes. That takes us to item F. Under item 6, discussion, consideration, and possible action on the public infrastructure improvements for Drake's Landing. This was discussed in the workshop as well. So, Alderman, anyone have any further clarification or comment?
I do. So I made my comments in workshop and just want to make sure that does the board have any questions for me as it pertains to this particular item? And before you answer, I will be abstaining from voting on this because I am building homes in that phase right now. So if y'all don't have any questions, I'll yield mine.
I have one question for you. As I was reading through, obviously, the drainage issues that were corrected by the developer, I noticed some comment on there that there was still some water runoff across the street. Now, that may not be able to be diverted any further, or the design is taking care of most of the issues from what I understand, but I did hear a little bit.
That's the one that I also spoke earlier and said I really didn't want to talk on because I'm not a big fan of that particular design.
Okay.
It doesn't appear to work well. However, the developer submitted it, his engineer engineered it, and at some point, long before any of us sitting in here were here, it was approved by whoever we had on retainer for engineering. Since then, it's my understanding that it was challenged. And so the developer cut it out and rebuilt it to a new spec and standard, which it looks different. I don't know that it works any differently. I think, honestly, Mayor, what will need to happen is the bar ditches, what should be bar ditches on either side of that road, are partly the problem. And the developer was asked, I think maybe before I was elected, if he would improve those bar ditches so as to help with that stormwater runoff at the subject area we're now talking about. And I think at some point I was told that he was in agreement to that. Later there was a neighbor in the subdivision, Mill Creek subdivision, who I think filed suit against said developer. And then the developer had to renege from verbally agreeing to clean those bar ditches out because his attorneys asked them to. They said that was a liability at that point. So we kind of, it's been an ongoing issue for a multitude of reasons. I mean, I don't know that I answered your question. Probably not, but.
Well, I think what I'm hearing from you is there's still probably a problem, but the redesign has fixed 70%, 80%.
According to the engineers, it is better, according to their calculations, but also according to the developer's engineers and whoever our engineers were at that time, whether an MRB or someone else, that design was supposed to work, and I don't know if it does or not. The complaint across the street is that it maybe does not work well.
Yeah, that's what I believe. Okay. All right. Well, that answers my question.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Is there something that is being held up by us not building on this right now? Because I mean, I'm personally a little bit bothered because, I mean, one of the complaints we heard a lot about is that new developments come in and drainage isn't always very handled well. And I understand perfectly your comment, Alan, about there was a design done, they've met the design, they've gone farther than that. The real question I had when I read this initially is the drainage problem still there or not? If I was sitting on the other side of Smith Branch Road and I had a property that was there, do I still, when rains come, do I still get stuff coming in my yard because of Drake? I think we should know the answer to that. I personally don't want to sign off on anything and go face people out there and saying, we signed off on it, we got it off of our agenda, we said yes to it. We don't know if it's good or bad. And I'm not taking this towards you.
I'm not an engineer. I'm not insulted at all.
I know. I'm not, but I'm just saying, I think before we say yes or no, this is done, we should be pretty confident that we at least know, is the drainage issue solved? regardless if it was to spec or not to spec?
I think that's a very valid concern, and I appreciate that. This board has been working on this for a while. In fact, the board before us was already working on it a little bit also. I think
these are long-term issues, no question.
Sure. I think what you'll find is, I think from a technical perspective, you know, the developer was required to design with a civil engineer who was responsible for stormwater runoff, that it not go downhill onto adjacent properties any greater post-development than pre-development. And whether that happens or not is the argument, right? And so there are some people that I think will also argue that people who are affected by stormwater runoff as it sheet flows across that road from the developed property, that was happening prior to development. So the new question is it happening at a greater volume today than before? Yeah. And I don't know the answer to that, but the engineers involved have agreed from both sides that it's squared away. So I know that's not a great answer, but it is as far, I've beat this thing backward and forward, and at some point, now, well, let me add this too. If, certainly, the board can do whatever they'd like to with this. They can table it, you can vote on it, and you can not vote for it or whatever. At some point, it will likely become a legal issue, and I think the board should consider that also, not for any reason, just to know the facts. Yeah.
All right, so giving those, I guess, comments and questions, concerns, otherwise, I guess we will, the item is on the docket here for potential approval. So does anyone want to, I will entertain a motion for approval or any other type motion that the Alderman want to make regarding this particular project.
Go ahead, Jim.
I'm not an engineer either, and we rely heavily on engineers keeping us on the straight and narrow. Of course, they're not perfect either. But I would point out that the engineers, if we head towards some type of litigation on this, does have plenty of insurance, I know, to cover that issue. I don't think that puts the village in a culpable situation. I could be wrong on that, because we're relying on the engineer's expertise to do that for us. We have two engineers out there, which I'm not, and as I know some of y'all are, but not a civil engineer. I don't know where we go with this if we don't rely on our engineers. What do we do next if we don't stand behind them on this issue, even though it may not be perfect? They're signing off on it, and to be sort of crude, their neck is out in front of ours. That two wrongs don't make a right. I agree with that, but if you have two engineers sitting there saying, if I understand this correctly, that it's satisfactory, approved, they both agree with it, what do? We go get a third opinion on this and have somebody else look at it or require that? I don't know, but I haven't seen this come up many times in my career in development, but it does from time to time. And I don't know, maybe we should ask our attorney if we have some culpability with respect to approving it as is and standing behind our engineers, who is a large, most people consider very reputable engineering firm representing us. So that's my only comment at this time. I'm not sure when we'll get another opinion. You want to stand behind MRB's insurance policy, and you may or may not regret that in terms of getting thrown into another lawsuit, but Can't stop lawsuits. I mean, they can file them for practically anything, as we know, but winning them is a different matter. So that's all I have to say.
Mayor, may I add? Yes. So I think that the new board should understand also that it was told to me by the engineer for the developer and the developer himself told me more than once that at some point in time, the former village administrator and former Mayor Henry met him on site specifically to discuss this issue. And what he has recently cut out and performed that was a directive from the Village of Salado given to our engineer to work with his engineers, and then that has been, according to both engineers, satisfactorily, that's not a word, they've both been completed per the specs and drawings. I think that's pertinent information you should know also.
I appreciate the engineering discussion, and I'm just thinking, I run up and down this road. This is Smith Branch Road, right? We're talking about, so you got Drake Landing, which is a little bit higher than the properties that are over here. Is the drainage just happening because it's going down the road, or it's going across the property?
So if I can chime in real quick, I think what everybody needs to really remember is it's not contingent on the developer to stop all flooding. They're responsible to make it, to keep it the same or lessen it if they can. What they've done is they've either kept it the same or they've lessened it, but it's not contingent on them to eliminate all the drainage issues up there. And I think what they've provided in here, what the engineer is agreeing to is that, yes, it's not going to make drainage any worse. It's going to keep it the same or reduce it a little bit.
Yeah. I don't think there's any question that the problem existed before the development was there. I did see some comment too, just for everybody, from what I was reading, that they were also stating in there it's important that the silt fences be maintained and kept during the rest of the development so that you don't have the runoff and the erosion that's going on with the building, I believe.
Yeah, that's accurate to some degree. The silt fences are mostly for silt. In a storm rain event, depending on the amount of volume that falls at any given time, the silt fences will not stop it up there. It can mitigate small, heavy rain events, but in a true storm rain event, which is subjective, that's not their design. And they could fail under pressure of living water also. And they're actually designed to some degree.
Okay. The drainage here is just a ditch, isn't it? I mean, there's no sewer pipes there. There's no French drains. It's just a hole in the ground that basically on both sides of the road that says, let's get the water to go this way.
For most intents and purposes, yes, but also no. There is a small culvert that I believe the village now owns that crosses from in between. I can't
at Royal and Smith Branch, you're saying?
On Smith Branch, there is an underground pipe that existed, I guess, when the road was put in many years ago. It is not functional. It is full of silt and all kinds of things. It's not been maintained by the village. So that's not the developer's responsibility, I don't think, because it's not on his property. But so to your question, there was a drainage feature that somebody was forethinking on many years ago. It is not functional today, though. It is totally useless, I think.
And if I may, Mayor, just to kind of go back to what is in front of you, and I understand the drainage concerns that we're having, but this particular item is in regards to the maintenance bond that is technically expired, $98,000. This was for the punch list items, and the two items that you're seeing was what was left over, and the engineers reviewed that. So that's why it's actually in front of you today.
Yeah. And
just for clarity.
So you're saying they did perform what was on that punch list?
They performed, and that's the reports that you're seeing from both engineers and why that work was done the way it was. And I hope that helps with clarity.
Yeah, no, it does.
We're signing off on a bond then, or we're signing off on the work that they did? I'm not sure I follow.
You're signing off on the work that was completed for the existing maintenance bond. Because it's
so, in other words, if they did what they were told to do, we could create a liability, potentially, if we cannot make a decision at some point soon, because we're party as a village, per our agreement with the developer. So I know your concern is probably workmanship, but according to both engineering firms, ours and theirs, there isn't one.
No, I understand that there was an expectation. It sounds like at some point in time that expectation was increased. They did the work to that level. I'm just not sure if we've answered the question if it's still a drainage problem that was better or worse than it was before. And if so, what, if anything, would we do about that?
I totally agree with you, as long as we can agree as a board, and it's the mayor's meeting, so it'll be your decision, sir. That is not the question on the table, and that is to Gina's point right now.
Right. No, that's correct. The question on the table is the work that was performed and approved regarding the bond. And so I think given that, that's probably what we should vote on. And then if we want to come back later and have a further discussion around the issue with the drainage, we can put that as a separate item on the agenda. Even to the point, I would offer this up, even to the point of maybe getting better informed by having maybe MRB come in and have a give us an overview of everything that's being done. That would make it feel a little bit better.
I think we have something in writing from MRB approving this modified work. Did I not read that?
Yeah, I saw that.
And they're really good about coming in whenever the board needs it. I mean, they're available to you on phone, email, whatever.
Okay.
And they're very familiar with this because it's been kind of brewing for a while.
All right. So I think we're at a point we should go ahead and call the question. So I'll entertain a motion on this item. Item
6F.
6F on the Drake's Landing. So I'll entertain a motion for approval.
I'll make a motion to approve the public infrastructure improvements based upon the approval and recommendation of our civil engineering company, MRB.
Okay, motion's been made. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Second from Neil. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Hearing none, motion passes.
We have an abstention.
One abstention.
Oh, one abstention.
You're going to ask for
Okay.
it.
Okay. Oh, that's right, yeah. Sorry I missed that out.
I think y'all are all doing a great job.
Okay, we'll move on to item G, discussion, consideration, and possible action for ordinance 2026-02, a budget amendment. I don't think we discussed this, Ryan, in the workshop. So I don't know if you wanted to maybe make any comments, and then we'll see if there's any clarification from the alderman.
Yeah, I'm happy to address this. What you have in front of you is an ordinance to amend the budget. The amendments are to increase salaries of certain employees for retention purposes, to pay them a wage that is comparable to what they do for work. There was also a $41,000 underestimate. We underestimated something in the budget by $41,000, which was refunds due to sanctuary because the townhouses came online, and we were notified by Bell County that they were collecting those taxes. So we were in order to be in compliance with the agreement, we owe them rebates, refunds, whatever you want to call them. But this budget amendment the total is $109,000, I believe. There's no increase to the tax rate. There's no increase to anything. It is a net zero. What we've done is moved dollars around from where we had them available to where they were needed. But I'm happy to answer any questions that anyone may have. There will be, at the end of the year, another budget amendment that comes before the board, which is more of a reconciliation amendment.
Okay, so any alderman have comments? Yes,
I do.
Alan.
So I just want to thank you to staff for working through that, recognizing that that our employees weren't being paid normal going rates today for the job scope that they perform, and also for bringing it to our attention and then finding a way to give us an opportunity to decide on whether we can help them move forward tonight without any impact to our budget. So thank you for that. That's all. Thank you.
I don't know that the three new, two aldermen and the new mayor here know much about this. We've been working on it, talking about it for over a couple of months, and just to assure you that Urian went through an in-depth process to examine our compensation of our employees, and we had a very lean year last year, and we aren't increasing our overall budget as a result of this. We're staying within it. But I think it's really good to say that tenure usually produces better quality most of the time than it does working as cheaply as possible. And I appreciate the staff that has truly been underpaid, and I think they're deserving of that, and I fully support it. And I'm happy to do this, and I'm particularly happy that our budget was good enough and we're performing well enough at the 6-month interval, which we will get more in depth at the next meeting on. We'll be able to show that to the community as a whole, that we are performing well on our real budget, our first budget, and the only budget we have up till now. So I'm happy to be a part of that, and I concur with Alan's comments. Mayor, thank you, Mayor.
Any other aldermen want to make comments?
Yeah, I do, we talked about this, but just for the record, I want to make sure that we maintain the original budget, even though we're amending this, because we had lots of amendments last year, and we never want to always go back to where we started. There was, I'm running through a couple notes here, but one of the areas that I think you put in here, I'll get you the line item. The 7009 healthcare maintenance. Last year we spent 11.4. We had a budget of 14.4, and we're taking that to 6, and we have spent nothing this year. Why? I thought that was healthcare insurance going up, and I'm surprised it says 0.
It went up, but we had people that weren't participating in our healthcare plan because they had outside healthcare insurance. So there were some changes to that dynamic. Of course, some staff came on and needed it. Some staff were here and weren't using it, so they weren't. So that number will really remain fluid if there is another change in staffing based on the needs of the person that's brought on board.
Okay. Just another comment. It's with these unexpected, it's making it tight, but there's a silver lining in the QT and not that I want to spend money that isn't in here yet, but when will we redo the budget to add that in?
That will happen after I'm gone. That's all I can say. I don't know. The village won't even see their first payment until September, so it would be right around that same. What I would anticipate, I've started working on next year's budget already. The new village administrator, of course, will be the budget officer and bring all those numbers. But I anticipate that next year's budget will have a projection of what those sales tax numbers look like. And at the end of the year, when we shore up the accounts and do the reconciliation, we'll have a month or two of the additional sales tax that we weren't counting on.
Well, and the other one, that the 4160, the electric franchise, we're moving that to 132. We're already above 132.8 on our run rate. If I'm reading this right, for the actuals. So I think we have a good guy there.
So yeah,
because I think, correct me, that's going up because we're all paying more for electric.
Correct.
Okay, because our rates have all gone up. So we should get a little extra there to help. All right. All right, I think we covered when we talked before, so we're good. Okay, thanks.
just a couple comments. Ryan and I talked yesterday afternoon on some of the financial stuff and the variances, and I totally agree with obviously what we're doing here for the employees. I would hope that we have further discussion before the end of the year on ultimately where the money comes out of, because I'm very much concerned about making sure we don't use money related to infrastructure if we can avoid it. I know you Ryan, you know that just from our discussions, and it doesn't sound like we really made any final decisions on ultimately where the variances will help support that. Or do
so this chart in here defines where those dollars come from and where they go to.
Okay, I had not looked at that, so okay, thank you.
No, he didn't take it from our 100K in our road budget, so, because that was the initial place so we tabled this, just a little background, and that he bridged where it's coming from, so it's.
Okay. All right, that's good. Okay, with that, any other comments from Rick or Jeff on this issue? You guys good? Okay, I will entertain a motion for approval of the budget amendment, item G.
We'll go ahead and make a motion to approve 6G as stated.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, same sign. Hearing none, motion passes. That takes us to item H, discussion, consideration, and possible action to accept the formation of an infrastructure improvement committee. This was tabled, I think, if I recall, from the workshop today, but you want to have any comments?
So, yeah, this was brought up at the last meeting, and it really stemmed from the road and drainage study and getting the public involved and identifying stakeholders that could assist the board in making informed decisions on the needs of the village, specifically for roadways. So we started talking with the attorney on what a creation of a committee looks like, and to move forward, what we really need is direction on, hey, we really want this committee, we're going to form this committee, bring us an ordinance that creates the committee and what it looks like. So once you tell us tonight, yes, we want to form an infrastructure improvement committee, you can call it a roadway committee if you want. I thought infrastructure covered a little more than just roadways. If you want them to just do roadways, we'll call it the roadway committee. But what this does is allows us to move forward and bring back at the next meeting or the following meeting, work through what that committee makeup looks like, bring you different options, who you'd like to see on the committee, and then once that is adopted, the makeup of it, then we can submit for applicants to hold those positions. So this is really the very first step. I know we talked about it last time briefly, but this really tells staff, yes, move forward with the establishment of the infrastructure committee so we can reach out to Barbara at the law firm, see if we have to hit any specific marks, and then we can work with all of you to determine what the makeup of that committee needs to be.
Okay. Comments?
Yes, I have a comment on that. Mayor and Urina, I'm a little concerned that public infrastructure is just so broad. We could potentially be putting under that unless we specify our wastewater plant. It could be water issues that come forward. If the intent is to have them ultimately be in that entire loop of water, sewer, and roads, that's a huge responsibility. I don't mind it, but I was just going to suggest before the new alderman and mayor that we think about that carefully, about how broad you want that to be, whether you want a road and drainage committee and then you want a water and sewer committee perhaps together to keep those two in continuity. But that's just a thought for discussion and consideration.
So
I would propose that we be a little more narrow and maybe have two committees, one for road and drainage and one for water and sewer, just ideally. I don't like to have too many committees, quite frankly, but unless you want to consolidate it all in one, that's a big bite at the apple for one committee. But I just threw that out for consideration, and input from the other aldermen are certainly warranted. Thank you.
Yeah, I think that's a very valid point, and we thought about that internally. The reason that I structured it like this was so that there wouldn't be a delay. If there were the wastewater study came out, we would already have a group in place. I don't know how active they're going to be. I don't know how much, they've got the road and drainage study to review. That's great when they're done. Then what are they going to be doing? They could possibly be doing the wastewater strategic plan document and keep them really engaged in the infrastructure. But I'm happy to move forward with whatever the board determines.
Anyone else want to comment?
Yeah, I think I'm kind of concur with if we create this committee, are we thinking, and I just want to get some, because we haven't, I've been here, done this, but it's been discussed, at least have a couple, as part of that committee, a couple aldermen that are a part of that, and they are assigned, and only two, so we don't have a walking quorum. But they are, I can think of one in particular, alderman, who is a subject matter expert in this space.
I am, but every day of my life on road and drainage and infrastructure and development, 7 days a week right now. So I appreciate that, but I do have a life in several businesses, Alderman. Thank you.
So we can spread the wealth.
But yeah, I think we had discussed that earlier, having at least two aldermen on the committee as part of the makeup.
Because and then from there, we're thinking constituents. Now, I think the reason why I agree with having it broken out with the roads is that we're discussing putting a bond out to pay for that, and getting public input is very critical in that. So I would say we can move forward with it, but I would definitely support having it more just road and drainage as the first committee.
And we could leave the name the same if everybody's good with that, and just in the whereas or the portion of the ordinance have that the board desires to have an infrastructure committee specifically to assist with road and drainage, something like that.
I have a quick question. Doesn't this derive from the large road survey and data that was provided to us? But we need to form, well, we were all, the board prior to tonight was all, I think, aligned in wanting to, and we had an engineer, a young man that's local, he's new to town,
Correct.
2 or 3 years, he's been coming to these meetings, he's paying attention, he does this, and he reads this stuff, and can math it and do all the things, and he's very intelligent in my opinion. I don't know him personally, but I think we were trying originally to get a committee together so that the public could be responsible for having input on how that money gets spent, when, where, and what sections, and on what roads, and at what cadence, and all the things. So it's not just coming from the board where it could very easily be criticized. We want people to be engaged, and we don't want, I think in that same meeting, I talked about Van Bibber Road showing up many times on the front side of how MRB sees us spending that money. And I said, I'm not going to agree to that because I live on that road, But I think that was where this came from. So that's what we need to try to do for sure. That's the answer I know you said is yes.
Right.
The other question is, and I want to make this clear for myself, and I think I know the answer, but this committee would be kind of like P&Z. They would be a recommending body only, is that correct?
They would only be a recommending body,
and they're
correct.
appointed, or appointed only by this board?
They would be appointed by the Board of Aldermen. They would submit applications like the PNC. They would be reviewed. The board would appoint 1 or 2 aldermen to serve as liaisons to the committee. And then, it's up to staff to kind of give you some recommendations as we move forward on what that makeup looks like, whether it's 9 people, 12 people, those types of things. And that way, once all of it is set, then we can do the application process. But yes, it is intended so that the public have some input. But in addition to the public, you want some subject matter experts, and you want a couple of aldermen. So we have to determine what that looks like and provide you with some options. I think it's the best.
Thank you for that. And then and I'll be done in just a second, but I want to be clear for my comment. First of all, I apologize for interrupting you, Alderman Dunch, but I had to because although I know I appreciate the faith that you extend to me in the area of expertise that I'm deemed in. I'm always open to help Salado. I will help any committee that has to do with something that I think that I understand could be beneficial to. I don't necessarily know that I have room today to chair or be a major proponent to that. So I'm always available, though, just to be clear. If someone couldn't make it, I could step in or something like that. And I would certainly pay attention from afar. That's all I have. Thank you, Mayor.
Well, I think, my vote is we kind of move forward with that way to go because the roads are fairly deteriorating and we need to get a committee there. More importantly, when you're talking about a road bond with the magnitude we're talking about and phasing it out, it's going to take, I want to make sure our constituents, when they go to vote on this, that they're educated. And that takes people on the street and involvement of the community and people that are going to get behind it. So if not, the voters will speak and they vote. They will be, I want to make sure that they're educated on the impact of, we do nothing, we do this, we do X, we do Y, what the impacts are. And I think this committee would be great as long as we get them educated and they'd be the voices in the community and gathering us feedback. So, and we have a community, one thing, we have amazing volunteers in this community that are always willing to lend helping hands, and I think we should take advantage of this by creating this committee.
And I think the motion for this time in would be a motion of direction for staff to move forward with that's the appropriate documentation for the board to consider.
Let me just add one comment. This was a big issue for me when I ran for mayor about planning and development for the future, and part of that was designing a committee structure underneath the board that will tackle these big issues. So I'm very much for this because it fits within what I was talking about to the community. I would, in the urgency of the road study and issue, probably makes sense to try to kick that off first. I would also like Ryan to maybe come back at a workshop or something with the aldermen and those who attend the workshop to roll up our sleeves a little bit and talk a little bit more about what are the committees that we would want to have underneath the board, because road may be first, but there are a lot of big issues that we need to tackle within the community, and a committee structure underneath the board with experts from the community or those who desire a willingness to participate, I think would be very good for establishing a focus that is not just every 12 months, but is looking out into the future and having a more structured way to have committees do a lot of the work around some of the structure and then bring the recommendations back here to the board. And I would even say to the aldermen that we identified committees that they would be interested in participating in. They could be liaisons where they don't have to necessarily be there every meeting, but they would be the required board member that would be bringing back the discussion to the board. So anyway, that's just my idea that I would like to see further developed. But I'm okay with knowing the urgency of the road and the infrastructure. If we want to try to move forward with getting this off the table, I'm clearly supportive of that.
Well, then I will make a motion to approve 6H as with one change, and that will we change the formation of a road and drainage improvement committee.
Okay, we have that motion on the table. Is there a second?
Second.
That was right. Okay, with that, I would entertain those who are in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Hearing none, the motion passes. All right, thank you, guys. Okay, that takes us to
The last item under number 6, discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding the approved scope for the Williams Road sidewalk project. Again, this was not discussed during the workshop, so I'll just turn and see if there's any aldermen that want to make any comments on the Williams Road sidewalk project.
I will, Mayor. So this wasn't discussed in the workshop today, but it has been discussed in prior meetings, very recent meetings. The long and the short, I think that the board should consider here, if they're going to make a vote, is that to complete the scope of work on the new sidewalk where you can see it end sort of behind Sonic. I'm sorry, I don't. Anyways, and to continue that all the way down to the access road would be in excess on a old estimate at this date of north of $120,000, which in my opinion we do not have. Also, I think the board should consider there is an existing sidewalk piece there. While it is inferior to the brand new sidewalk, there's a sidewalk there. So, should that sidewalk be improved in the future? Probably, in my opinion. And I think we should make a plan for that at some point and find a way to pay for it without trying to do that tonight, in my opinion. And but I don't think that there's like a public safety issue or anything like that out there. It would take really creative finance mind to figure out where that money's going to come from right now. That's all.
Totally agree. Anybody else? Comments?
I'll make a motion to not approve 6I as stated.
So,
you wanna? I think the motion. I think the motion really needs to be a motion to reduce the scope that was approved in the contract in accordance with 6I.
I thought it wasn't in.
It's in a contract that the village has signed with a.
But there's no grant money for it.
But there's no funding available for this. And they understand. They just asked that we let them know. I preliminarily did say, hold off. I need to find money for this, and they were very, accepting of that. They're happy to do work around the village. They know more work is going to come their way at some point.
We are responsible by contract to come up with this money and let them complete this scope of work. They have been in limbo for a long time on a very small scope of work. And they are giving us grace, understanding our current financial position, and saying, if you don't want to do it now, we're fine to take it out, but you guys need to legally do that, which is what we're being asked to consider tonight.
Okay.
Well, then I can amend the motion of 6I to adjust the contract to reflect the removal of the additional sidewalk from Williams to the I-35 frontage? West Village, sorry, Mr. Williams. Williams, no, from West Village to the I-35 frontage.
That suffice you, Ryan, as far as the motion? Okay, so we have a motion on the table. Do we have a second? Okay, Jim, second. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Hearing none, motion passes. All right, that does it for our agenda. At this point, we now will be moving into executive session. So, where are we holding executive session? We'll hold executive session back there. So you have to leave. Okay, I'll read it. All right. The Board of Aldermen will enter a closed executive session to discuss the following. Pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.074, to deliberate the appointment, employment, duties, qualification, and possible hiring of a village administrator for the Village of Salado, including review of applicants, interviews, compensation, and related personal matters. Pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071, to consult with the attorney regarding ongoing litigation, receive legal advice, discuss status of the matter, and consider legal options. So with that, we will adjourn. All right, we're going to go back into open session. And we have discussion item regarding action to take on the related recruitment of the village administrator. And then there won't be any action on the litigation. So we will just be doing the city manager recruitment. So with that, we will take a motion regarding the action, or I guess maybe first, Ryan, you want to maybe just briefly describe what we're going to do, or do we just make the motion? You can just make the motion. Okay. But, you know.
For the public that may watch this after hours, the plan is to have interviews held next Thursday from 12 to 5. I think we can post in time for that, for executive session meeting. And then they will be invited to attend the chamber event from 6 to 9 p.m. Friday morning from 9 to 11 will be a meet and greet at the Shed Party Room, and we'll post a possible quorum for that as well, provided that that's the direction and the motion that the board made.
So with that summary, I'm open for a motion from one of the aldermen to move that forward.
Well, I'll make the motion to bring in the top 4 candidates next Thursday for interviewing, followed by attendance at the chamber event banquet at the venue, followed by a Friday meet and greet for the public, coffee at the party shed room.
Do I have a second for that motion?
Second.
With that, all those in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Hearing none, the motion passes. And with that, that concludes our items for the agenda for tonight. And we will stand adjourned. Thank you very much.